So welcome in everybody. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna be starting very soon. We're gonna just do some other things now, real quick, to get us ready for this stream. Okay, we're gonna make sure that the OBS software is still running. Okay, yeah, it is. But yeah. So we're streaming. We're streaming today. So we're streaming today, and hope you guys enjoy it. We're gonna We're gonna do this build here live for you guys. So I'm gonna be a bit posting the links. Okay. Okay, Dalton's thing has a thing for there's a lot of channels that I'm gonna be posting in. So it's gonna be a while before I get to the actual build. So give me a few. Okay. See, I don't think my friend Lost has one for Twitch streamers. I don't think so, but I'm looking. Oh, he does have a self promo thing. a lot of ones to post in. My friend Max don't have much. I'm gonna go through a lot of them. A lot of the other ones I don't post in, so yeah. Now I'm gonna look for my friend Daniel Pinecone's one. There's Funky Joe's one. Okay. Well, my friend Funky Joe's one. Let's see. Okay. Starting a little late, but yeah, but I am posting in a lot of channels to trying to get out there. So we will begin shortly once I get everything posted and all that stuff. Still trying to find my friend Daniel Pinecone's server. Okay, well, it's gonna take me a bit because I don't remember what his server was called at all. There we go. Okay, so here we go. And you know what, just for good measure, I will post it in this in my other one. Okay. So, as it stands, we've posted to all the socials and forums that I know. So So please enjoy yourself as we build this PC. So yeah, please enjoy it while we build this PC and we make it beautiful. Okay. I need to check on my stream real quick, make sure everything is good. So yeah, just give me a bit. Give me a little bit to make sure everything is perfect. Okay, so now we're going to be checking in on things. Check, check. Okay, so now we're gonna start. We're gonna get the video up. So welcome in those who. Oh shit. But yeah, welcome in to those who are coming to watch. I do appreciate all the view. I do appreciate you guys coming in to have a look. Well, hello. Hello to you, 8-track collie. Welcome in. But to begin this little thing, I think my camera froze again. So give me a little bit to fix this. Don't ask why it does this, but it just does. My thing froze. But my camera froze, which is ridiculous right now. Just when we're about to do things. So I'm gonna unplug it. I'm gonna plug it into a different port on the computer. Then we're gonna reset up the camera so things are gonna go dark. So just take a look at the. Just gonna put back the stream thing. Okay. Okay, we should be back. I'm hoping you guys can see. Please let me know if you guys can see. But yeah. Yeah, there we go. So, starting today's build. We're going to start with the parts that we have. The motherboard is an Aorus Gigabyte X670 Pro X motherboard. I don't trust the factory batteries, so we're going to be replacing it with these Energizer lithium button cells. For the cooler, we have a Be Quiet Dark Rock Elite. Storage drives, we have, let me turn on the light. Okay, so for storage we have a Sabrinth. The Sabrinth Rocket 4 Plus 2 terabyte for our boot drive, and our storage drive is a Western Digital Black SSD. And then we have this. It's the AM5 contact frame. We're not going to use thermal paste. We're not going to use the factory thermal paste. We already have some. But here's all the mounting hardware and the contact frame. Okay. But welcome in Retro and for the ones. And then for the rest of the parts, we have AMD. Here we have an AMD Ryzen 9 7950X 3D. We have, this is for the case, when we get to the case, but we have we have 3 SP140 fans for the case. We have, for RAM, we have G.Skill Trident Z Neo. These are, you guys can read that. So it's 2 sticks of 16, so 2 32 gig kits here. And the bread and butter is the power supply. This bad boy right here is a Seasonic Prime 80 plus titanium TX 1600 watt power supply. And you can't see it, but there's the case, and a Corsair iQ 7000X case. So, we're gonna start with the motherboard, and here's all my screwdrivers and stuff. And I've used Be Quiet before. Here's a Be Quiet screwdriver. But this set of these screwdrivers right here, these are from Amazon. These is a Japanese set. Hosen. These are Hosen screwdrivers. These are Japanese industrial standard screwdrivers. These are really good, by the way. Especially for installing M.2s that use screws. These are really good. So, let's start. We're going to start with the motherboard. So, we'll put the contact frame aside, storage and all that other stuff in the box. Here is the padding for it. Okay, I'm gonna take the motherboard out of its box. Okay, so here's the motherboard. I'm gonna set it down. Put this upside down. We're gonna set it down right here. Okay. We have some instructions and a Go Faster case badge. Underneath here, we have the Wi-Fi 7 antenna. We have the guides for the case pins. We'll be definitely using that. Underneath this side, we have the various SATA cables. We won't be using those, so those will stay in the box. We have this little microphone doodad. And then we have sensors that we won't be using either. So that's staying in the box. So now, okay. Okay. So now then, let's begin. We're gonna grab the motherboard by the... Oh, I learned this trick. You grab the motherboard by its stiffest points. Close up the box. Oh yeah, here's the back of the box. Okay, so we're going to undo the peels here. So we're going to just peel that off. Okay. And then grabbing the motherboard by the heat sinks, we're going to pull it, put the anti-static bag down, and then place the motherboard on the anti-static bag. So here, underneath here, lies the CMOS battery. So we're gonna flip the motherboard around, put it down like that, and then we're gonna find our screwdriver that fits the best on these screws. That one don't fit very well, as you see. This one here fits it very well. So now we're going to gently turn it to its side, and we are going to remove these screws. Okay, gonna put the screws in a safe place. Okay. Okay. Now we're gonna lay the motherboard down and gently lift up, and there's your thermal pads and the two parts there. And here is your CMOS battery that we're going to remove. Okay. Pop that out. Toss it aside. Grab one of our Energizer batteries. Okay, take our little Energizer button battery and place it in the motherboard. Okay, there we go. We're now ready for reinsertion of our thermal plate here. Okay. So thermal plate reinserted. Now we're going to gently grab it again. Oh crap. Okay. Okay. So now then, just place those in there like that. Okay. Grab your screws. So we're gonna grab our screws, and then we're gonna put them on one by one. Okay. Okay. Whoa. Okay. So we're gonna just snug these. Don't tighten them down yet. On a screwdriver. Okay. So as we do this, hopefully you guys are enjoying the video, and we're gonna just screw these down. We're not gonna tighten them yet. Okay. 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 Now we snug these down. Okay. So now then, just making sure that all the standoffs are in are properly seated. Okay. Okay, so with that out of the way, we're gonna put our motherboard down. This is the AM5 socket. Very delicate socket, just like Intel's sockets. Very delicate. So we got the battery thing done. Now comes the fun part. We are going to be installing the M.2. So let me grab a knife. Okay, so we'll grab our knife. M.2s. Okay. 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 And by the way, there's applicated thermal pads on the heat sinks. Okay. I need to move this really quickly. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. 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 Move this again. Okay. Other information. Okay. So let's begin with the installation. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. So, manuals. This is our 4 terabyte drive. I've worked with these X670 boards before, and drive 0 is this top drive 0 is this slot here. These are both Gen 5 slots. Yeah, so these are both Gen 5 slots. Oh, excuse me real quick. Okay. So, as I mentioned, these 2 slots are Gen 5 slots. Okay, so, what we're going to do now is we're going to take the thermal peel off. Okay, take that off. We're going to take our M.2, slip him into the board as such. Okay, and then secure him using the built-in securement. Okay, now we take our top mounting plate, peel this off, and then this gets inserted this way. Okay. Okay. So this gets inserted like that. Okay. Everything is secure. Okay. Now we're going to take our Sabrent drive here. And they, oh wow, they come in a fancy damn case. Okay, manuals. And then unlock speed. Stickers. Okay. So, and there's the drive. You grab it from here, pull it up. Okay. Put it in the slot. Okay. And push down till it clicks. Okay. Now we take our top plate. We remove the peels. And then we slip this in here. Okay. And then down. And till it clicks. Perfect. So that is the drives installed. So we do have the drives installed now. And then we'll put the manuals aside. All the trash like that, we will put that all, but we'll be keeping the M.2 case from the Sabrent drive. Okay. So all the trash is we're picking up the trash I don't really have a solution for trash right now. Since I don't have a good solution for trash, we'll use a bucket. Okay. So, that's aside. Now, now we're gonna work on the mounting hardware. Okay. Oh yes, and there's a little arrow at the top of these things, so you gotta match the little arrow. Okay. So we're gonna work on this next. We'll put the RAM in later. Okay. We'll move the fans aside. We'll grab our CPU. Okay. Okay. So there's the CPU. We're going to pull up the sleeve, grab the CPU, put that down. Okay. Okay. Now we need the Allen head from this kit, thermal paste. Okay. And the kit comes with its own screws, so you use the screws that came with the kit. Okay. But first, we're going to remove the mounting hardware here. Okay. I'm going to use the box and the contact frame to hold all the hardware that's coming off of the board. Okay, we need to find another one that fits better. This one fits perfect. Okay. Okay. So now lift up on this, put that in there. There's your removal thing for the frame. Okay. And here are the parts. Okay, now then. Now comes the other step. Removing the factory mounting frame. Okay. Okay. Be very, very careful, as the socket is very, very delicate. Okay. Now we're going to take our CPU, reach in, grab it from the sides, and then we're going to insert it into the socket. Okay. Make sure it's seated. Perfect. Now take the contact frame and place it over the CPU. Okay. Now we're going to take the supplied 4 bolts hardware that came with the unit. Okay, and put them into the holes. Okay. Okay. Now we screw. Okay. Okay. Now we tighten the bolts. Okay, contact frame is in. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to put the original hardware into the bag the contact frame came from. Okay. Okay, then we're going to take its screws. Its screws are going to go into the same bag. Okay, then we're going to put the thermal paste in because we have our own that we're using. Okay, so that goes into the box, the tool, and the bracket hardware. Okay, okay, so, and there's that step done. Okay. By the way, it is pretty warm, so we're going to turn on our overhead fan. Okay. I hope you guys are enjoying this. And thank you for watching, and just continue to enjoy the rest of the content that we put out. But thank you for being here, Retro. Okay, so the case parts we're going to put aside. Okay. We're working on motherboard parts, so like RAM and stuff. But we'll put the cooler in a little later. And we have the Go Faster sticker. Put this on a case and then the computer supposedly goes faster. Okay. So now let's put the RAM in. And these come with Go Faster stickers as well. Okay. That'll go in the pile over there. These are G.Skill Trident Z Neo memory modules. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Retro, for your comment. That was very nice. But if you look, these are actually silver. They match my build. They match my build because they almost look white. Okay. Make sure everything is clipped in. So after we get this build built, I will proceed. I didn't get that prepared, but I will proceed to getting the BIOS updated on this motherboard after everything is put together. But that's pretty much in. By the way, this motherboard has a very wide selection of ports. As you can see, lots of USBs. Sweet. So now, move the motherboard to the side and we will work on this massive cooler. Okay. Okay. Put it on its side. Pull it out. By the way, that's a big box. Very big box. You could fit your whole, well, maybe you and your boyfriend or girlfriend's fists in there, you know. And I learned this from Carrie Holzman. Just toss it to the side. By the way, that's where I learned to do this stuff, is through the YouTuber Carrie Holzman. Bracket mounting hardware. And your other sets here, which I will need. Okay, there are two sets of instructions for this. There are the AM5 and the Intel. Okay, so AM5. Okay, so we will need AMD. This is Intel, by the way. We're not using Intel, so we're not going to use these things. Okay. Now then, oh, lucky me. I got another Be Quiet screwdriver. Okay. Oh yeah, remember, remove this little plastic or you will encounter overheating problems. Pull off this little top. Oh yeah, it is magnetic. Remove the other parts here. Okay. Okay. These are the fans for the Be Quiet. And we do have a header on here that controls to control the RGB. Let's see, does our motherboard have a header for that stuff? And our motherboard does. Oh, it does. It's way at the top. It does. They're way at the top of the board, though. Okay. Then this fan should have its fancy smancy little thing that plugs into there. Okay. Very interesting stuff when it comes to this PC. They're very neat, but by the way, these fans are unique to this cooler and you cannot replace them. So we'll set that down. What we'll do here first is we'll get this funky ass connector plugged in. Okay, and then this plugs into your motherboard header, and then this plugs into your RGB header on the motherboard. Okay. So now we will just test fit real quick. Okay, By the way, this thing has up and down motions. Whoa. Don't push on the fins too much, you'll bend them. To make for a good fit in on your build here. So yeah, so you can actually ouch, you can adjust it to the height you need it to be. Okay, so we'll set that aside. Now we bring in our old friend, the motherboard. Okay, dump the hardware out in our hands. Okay, so now what we need to do, okay, what we do need to do is we need to install the brackets in the order that the instructions tell us. Okay, move you, move that. Okay, so spacers go upwards on the bracketry. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So they go like that. Okay. Let me make sure one thing real quick. Okay, we can push the fan down a little bit. We're just doing a test fit right now. So the cooler needs to go up. Just a few clicks. Okay. And maybe one click down. Yeah, this thing is a little finicky. Okay. And yeah, that'll do it right like that. Okay. So now, okay, it says to okay. Install the brackets with the things facing inwards. Okay. Oh, yeah, and by the way, the B-cord screwdriver fits these screws perfectly. Okay. So now we screw this down. Okay. There's a little switch on here for control. Sweet. Of stuff. These are good and tight, but not too tight. Okay. Now, oh shit. Okay. Now we pull this guy off. Okay. So I will remove this. Okay. Now comes the part where we apply thermal goop. Thermal goop or thermal paste, Retro, you should know this, provides the thermal interface to make the thermal connection between this and the heatsink surface. This looks smooth, but it's not. Look under a microscope. It looks like ridges. So now, by the way, I use this stuff, Noctua HT-H2 thermal paste. So we'll put some there. Okay. Now then, I will be right back. So, now then, turn on the light again. Okay, I don't think that's gonna help. So we'll just move this down. And we'll turn on the light here. Okay. Oops. Okay. That still might not help, but now then, I've learned this trick as well from the guy Carrie. We're gonna take just our thermal interface glue, and then we're going to we're not gonna use that. Okay, so we'll take our fingers and we'll spread it out. I learned this from the old timer Carrie. You don't have to do this, but I do it because I can. Normally you would wear gloves, but I don't have any gloves, so yeah. Okay. We're making a bit of a mess. Just a little bit more thermal goo. Okay. Okay. Then we'll quickly spread it around the CPU. Okay. Okay. Now wipe off your fingers. Okay. So, we're doing pretty good here. Now then, you take your Be Quiet fat as shit cooling system fan. Okay. Then we line her up on her mounting brackets, and then we start the screw. Then we start screw process. Okay, we're not. That side's not screwing. Okay. Okay. So we're going to try to get it to screw. Okay, there we go. Okay. She's not screwing. Okay. Okay. Something's amiss here. Okay. So I need to fix the brackets. Okay. So now we put this guy back on. And we try again. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I was talking and then my microphone was off. I am so sorry. But as you've seen, I made the rookie mistake of not taking off the plastic. Okay. And now we should have amounts to seat the cooler. Okay. again. Okay. So, as we wiggle this, gosh. It's hit or miss with these brackets sometimes. Okay. Oh. Shoot. Don't do that. Don't do what I did. I just dropped my screwdriver on the motherboard. Okay. There was a little ant on my motherboard. Okay. How are you not screwing in? What the hell? Piece of shit. Okay. Okay. This is getting annoying. This is getting very annoying. The screws aren't catching. Unless I installed the bracket wrong. God, I'm getting thermal paste all over. Okay. Okay. Take a look at these screws. They're supposed to screw in to the bracket. Okay. And they're not. So now we'll quickly put these guys in. Fuck. My gosh, man. Okay, I'm gonna put that right over there, right like that. Okay. And then we're going to put that in like that. And then we're gonna come in from the back here, right like that. There we go. Now we got it. Now we got them. It's really tight, but we got it. So now, let me screw this down. like so. Okay. Make sure it's tight. Okay. Okay, it's in. Check it. Then we should be stoved. Retro, you're funny. Okay. Make sure these are tight. Okay. Everything looks beautiful. Now we take our fan thing here, put it down, and then we seat it. Now we take this very cockeye pin connector here, put that in, and then sorry if my head's in the way, we're just checking. Okay, then, so this is out of, okay, let's see, CPU optional, CPU fan, system fan, okay, and this is the fan header, this is the RGB header, okay. Okay, so now then, put that on there. Okay, then this will go on. Move that. Okay, and this will plug into the CPU fan. Move. Thank you. Okay, and then that will plug into there. Now we take this, then just tuck it in, there. Out of sight, out of mind, I suppose you want to say. Okay. There we go. That's done. Take your twist tie, throw it away. Okay. Now then, okay. Performance. Okay. Now we can just throw away all the other junk that's not necessary. Let's install, and I can get in there with the screwdriver to install the motherboard screws. Sweet. Okay. Now then, by the way, check for peels. Okay, looking for peels that may have been missed. Okay, we are good. So grab this guy, So we have the motherboard done. We are gonna move him to the side. Motherboard's done, so move him to the side. Thermal glue can go back in there. Okay. There's all the other stuff, like, oh my gosh. Okay. All that can throw away, except for the Go Faster stickers. Those will be kept. Okay, just throw those in there. And I got thermal glue on my fingers again. Okay, and in there. By the way, I tend to keep boxes. I don't know if any of you guys have that habit, but I tend to keep all the boxes from my builds. Take these guys, we'll put these guys aside. Pro Cosmos. Who's Pro Cosmos? Okay. Pro Cosmos, welcome in. I don't know what pardon me, I don't know what I did. But yes, Mr. Pro Cosmos. But yes, Mr. Pro Cosmos, the specs are, we have a 2 terabyte Western Digital Black and a 4 actually no, we have a 4 terabyte Western, no wait. We have a 2 terabyte Sabrent boot drive and a 4 terabyte Western Digital Black for the storage drive. The CPU is a Ryzen 9 7950X3D. And then we also have for the build, the new PCs, the other specs of the PC is it has a 1600 watt Seasonic Prime 80 plus titanium power supply. We have 64 gigabytes of RAM. And the GPU that will be going into the machine is an RTX 3080 Ti. Okay. Now we're gonna bring in case stuff now. I'm gonna just toss all the other stuff back in its. Wow, it actually made it in the box. You guys couldn't see that, but I threw something and it actually landed in the box. Okay. So now we're gonna move the motherboard down to a safe area. Bring out the fans. Okay. So now we're gonna open up this thing. Okay. And again, thank you all for being here. The case is kind of big, which we'll move this out of the way so you guys can see it. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna. Sorry. I'm gonna turn you guys this way so you guys can see me undo the case. Okay. Okay. Here is my case. So now we're gonna tip her like this. By the way, for you guys that don't know, I look like hello. Okay. Okay. Books. Literature. And that's my old computer right there, by the way. Okay. So now we remove the plastic exterior. bag up the camera. No, I'm just joking. Oh, and I knocked off my microphone, sorry. Okay, so this is the ow fuck. So this is my case. So the one feature I like about this case is, oh my gosh, you guys are pointing down yet? Okay, the feature I like about this case is, like with my old build over here, you gotta undo these little screwy things and all that jazz. This one just opens up. Okay. So we'll find a screwdriver that fits. Okay. Again, we're going to our Hosen Japanese industrial standard screwdrivers. Then we'll take this screw out. Okay. And we'll use the contact frame box to hold the screws. So put that over here. Whoops. Okay. Actually, we'll use the factory CPU mounting hardware to hold the screws. And okay. So put this on the CPU bracket and we'll put this right behind in a safe place. Okay. So the one thing you can do with this is the Corsair. This is the Corsair iCUE 7000X RGB, and I built with this case already, so I'm familiar with it. The one thing I like is you just simply wiggle this. Just okay. Supposed to be able to remove the glass. This one's being stubborn. Oh, there we go. You can remove the glass panels. We'll set these aside at a place where they won't get shattered in any kind of spectacular way. Undo the giant tie, wire tie. Okay. That's out. Now then, we'll set this aside because we're going to take off all the panels from this case. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. You guys couldn't see. Okay. Okay. And again. With a little bit of wiggling and finagling, we can get this cover off as well. And there we go. It's off. Okay. And we'll put him on the side as well. Okay, pull our masking tape off. Okay. And we'll move you to the side. And oi, oi, oi. Well, this panel can be removed as well for easy work. Okay. So now you see all the parts in this thing. Okay. So we're adding 3 fans to the unit. So we have 3 available. We have a few more available RGB headers. So as part of the process, reach in here. We're gonna pull out our. This is the baffle. That's a little baffle here. Okay. We're gonna put that on the side as well. Okay. Now then, for the first steps to actually what we're doing is we're gonna undo a lot of these wire management rails. The hard drive caddies are coming out. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. We're back. So what do we have here is, okay, I'm gonna pull these out. Okay, I'm gonna move these. Okay, we're gonna separate the fan headers from the other headers. Okay. So fan stuff with non-fan stuff. Okay, and then we have the front panel connectors here. We're gonna unloop a lot of this stuff here. Okay. And how I said this little piece is gonna come out handy in a bit. Okay. So I'm bringing you guys closer now. Okay. Take our knife. Give a little slice. Okay. Then we have installation guide. Okay. So. Okay, so now then. Okay, so now then. Okay, so this is the power switch, power LED. So, and there's a place for a speaker, but we don't have that. That's power LED. Then we have power. Then we have the reset switch. Okay. They're all going into their appropriated connectors. And then we have the LED, power LED. Okay. I'm going to try to keep everything on in one area. So, by the way, the LEDs are non-directional. Okay. Okay. There we go. So that's built, ready to go. Toss that over. And then we have our USB USB for what? Though. Oh wait, no, audio connection. Then we have your USB, I think, and then USB-C power. Okay, toss that over. Then we have this other chunky USB. Okay, so, and then we have all this stuff for the fans. Okay, so that's all sorted through. Now we're going to begin. Throw that away. Okay. Now then, we're going to undo the thumb screws that hold the hard drive caddies in place. Because we're not putting a hard drive in this at all. Okay, so out comes one. Out comes the other. And both of those will be thrown. I'm glad you like the white case, Retro. I chose it because, well, I chose the case because I had a black computer already, and I just wanted to go with a white case. When I built my other half's computer, I fell in love with the white aesthetic. So now we're going to move on. We're going to take the wires so they don't get damaged. We're going to put them under there. Okay. Now we're going to grab this and then rotate him. Okay. This baffle, since we don't have a hard drive in this unit, we're going to be installing the baffle down here. Okay, top glass comes off. Put him on the side. Okay, now then, remove your dust filter and the masking tape. The masking tape was put on there for shipping. Just take your dust filter and stick it to any magnetic surface. But I don't have any. Oh wait, I do. My computer desk is magnetic. Oh, and we need to dig into the Corsair box. Oh yeah, here's some more wire management ties. This is the optional bracket. Like I would know where it goes. Okay. And then we also have nylon zip ties. Rubber bumpers. Cute little screws. We don't need standoffs. All the standoffs are in the proper place. By the way, if you had an eATX, you have the ability to mount eATX motherboards. But I have a standard ATX motherboard. Okay, so we have fan screws, all that good stuff. So now we're going to put that back in here, move that to the side. Just wanted to show you that what comes in the box. Okay. Now we have our fan, which you can't see. I am so sorry. Okay. So we have our fan. Well, fans. Okay. In the box. Oh my gosh. Okay. The one feature of this case is, well, I think I didn't do this for Drago's build, but I'm gonna do it for mine's. Is you can remove the fan mounting bracket. Cool. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna remove it for this. Place it right here. Okay, in our box, in another box, we'll dump all that out. We have the box. Okay. So we have our fans here. And we have an optional RGB hub. And then it comes with its own set of mounting screws for the two fans. I don't have screws for the other fan. So what I will be doing is I will utilize the screws that came with the case. They're like a coarse thread screw. Here they are. Coarse threaded fan screws. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're going to do intake, and a single exhaust. So pretty much it's going to be intake from the top, intake from the front, and a single exhaust out the back. And just so that we're all organized, the wires are gonna go this way. Okay. Right. And I did say intake, so okay. Okay. Oops. So we're gonna use this box as a support. Okay. Push down. Okay. And again, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Okay. So once I am done putting this build together, I will end the stream and I will get the computer set up for you guys. And then we will run some VR, then we will play some VR. Retro, if you're not busy, after I get everything put together and set up. If you're not busy, just come check me out on VR as I test out the new build after everything's set up. I know there's gonna be 100 updates for Windows. And I am an idiot. I just set it up for an exhaust. I'm not paying attention, so excuse that mistake. With my last build, I made that oopsies. Was I tightened the screws down too tight and bent the metal frame of the actual of the fan mount on my other case. So just don't put them too tight. Just snug them up. Okay. So now then, just line that up like that. Okay. So just snug them. Don't tighten them too tight. Just snug them down. Okay. So one fan in. So yeah. We are definitely working hard to get this thing done. And it's very warm, right? It's humid right now. Okay. 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 So everything is going well. Everything is installing well. Everything is really good and well. Okay. Now for the last fan. Okay. 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 Okay, there we go. Fans are in. It says front here, so that's how it gets installed. Okay. Okay. And now the thumb screws get screwed back in. Okay. Now we run the fan cables through the wire management headers. Okay. Okay. Going to bring you guys closer. Okay. So this, the rear fan, we'll run it through this side here. Okay. And then these two fans will run through here. Okay. Okay. So now we're going to turn the case around. Oh man, this case is only going to get heavier, by the way. Okay. So now what we need to do is run these to the dedicated fan. Dedicated fan headers on here. Okay. And then this goes to the RGB header there. Okay. And we are going to need the other RGB hub. Let's check our motherboard for USB headers. Okay. We have a front. We have a front USB 3. Front USB 3. And a side USB 2. We have a USB 3.2 header and another USB that's probably a 3.2 header on the motherboard. Then we got a USB 2 header on an audio port and two USB 2 headers. Okay. Okay, so we need the USB 2 headers. We need the USB 2 headers for the RGB hubs. Is this, and then the sensors. Oh, a breakout board. Okay. And then these things rely on these sensors too. These little sensors. Okay. Okay. Well, we do have an abundance of fan ports on the motherboard, so I can hook up a lot of the fans to the dedicated fan hub headers. Okay. So now we're gonna pull out the case fan wires, fan wires out of the way. I'm gonna toss these guys over just like that. Perfect. It's getting hot. Hotter anyway. Okay. So okay. That's for this. Temp 1, temp 2. Okay, and then you have your USB connector there, and then the breakout connector. Man, I have a lot of fans in this unit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 here. And this one has this stop plug. And then on this side it has 3-pin header. And it needs a 4-pin PWM. This one here, we want these fans here. So let's see, count on the motherboard. We have no fan headers there. We have one fan here. There should be one at the top of the board up here. Nope, no other fan headers up there. That's for, oh shit. Okay, so we have 3 at the front. We have 3 fan headers at the front. So the front intakes we'll put on the front. We're gonna put on the motherboard's front headers. Okay. So all these are into the front fans. Okay. Okay. We have 3 on the front. 1 down here, 2 on the bottom. Okay. So, gonna pull out these fans here. The RGB stuff can stay. Okay. Then these are the ones from there. Then these are the front fans here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That's our. Some of these are RGB connectors, though. So follow the RGB. All three RGBs are right here, so those will stay. You just need the fans. So fans, here's fans, okay? So, fuck. Okay, so, now then, I'm gonna turn this to the side. Okay. Gotta remove this baffle. Okay, so we're going to remove the baffle now. So I'm gonna move this to the side now. Okay. The baffle's held on with two screws there. This part here. Okay. 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 All of that. Okay. And there's one more right up there. So now then. Okay. Oh. Okay. That's out. Okay. Now then. Okay. We have one fan here. That's RGB. One fan here. One fan header here. Okay. That's two. Okay. Then three. And then three fans here. Okay. 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 So yeah, we are still in the process of all this stuff. Okay. Then the top. Okay. This one here is the bottom fan. This is the bottom fan here. It's the RGB header. Okay, bottom fan, found it. Okay. So we found the bottom fan. We'll put a two tie knot in that one. Okay. Then okay. RGB. This one runs to the middle, so this is the middle fan. So we'll put the tie right in the middle. We'll just tie this right like that. Okay, as the middle indicator. Okay. And then that leaves this guy. Okay. That leaves this guy to be the bottom fan, I think. Okay. No. Well, that's the bottom fan, okay. The top fan then is this guy. Top fan. So when I do that, top fan indicator. Okay. Okay. So that's good. Okay. This baffle here is very neat, but it's gotta come out. Right where it is, it's going to block all the cables. It's going to block all the entry cables. Okay. So it's got one little screw here. A lot of screws for one case. Okay. Actually, I think I will leave the baffle in. Yeah, I'll leave the baffle in, since I'm not bringing in cold air from the side. Okay. Okay. So now that we got that out of the way, I'm gonna leave the baffle. Then when we get everything wired, I'll try to put it back in place. But I don't think that will be possible. Okay. Now then. Okay. Now that we got everything figured. Okay. Now we can put this guy back in. Okay. 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 And these two for this one. This little baffle. Okay. Okay, so we're pretty much there. So we're pretty much there. Well, not quite. We didn't even get the motherboard in place yet. Okay, so now that we got everything in there, okay, we're gonna need the RGB. We're gonna need the other RGB controller. Okay, along with the 3M pad. Okay. Because we have a total of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 fans and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 RGB headers. Okay. So these are the front ones, and these are these ones. So RGB. We're going to quickly dispatch the RGBs. Okay. RGB. Okay. Okay. So fans, fan, and then RGB, RGB. So this one here, the angles. Okay. The rear fan. These fan headers. Okay. We might not need this, but we're looking now. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we go. 7. Number 7. Since we're not going to use the internal sensors, we're going to remove them. We're not going to use the internal fan ports, fan headers. Okay, but we are going to use this USB breakout board. Okay. My word, does building a computer build up a lot of trash? Okay. We're going to secure what we can right now. That on there like that. And then we're going to stick this guy right here. Nope. Not possible. Okay. We're going to stick this guy right up here. Okay. And now a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fans, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have adequate ports. That's if we need it. So I'm gonna stick you right here. Okay. Okay. Grab all the wires now. Then grab all the wires. Shove them into the bottom half of the case. Shove all the wires in the bottom part of the case. Okay. Because now comes the fun part. Going to install the rear panel. Actually, probably not install the rear panel. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to install the rear panel. It's a bit heavy, but we're going to install the rear beauty cover. Okay. If I'm blocking, I'm sorry. Okay. So now all the wires in, then just fuck. Quickly close it. Okay, and now we're going to lay down. What the hell is that? Hey! Something rattling around in this thing. Okay. before we do anything, I'm gonna try to find out what that rattling is. Okay. There it is. Wow. Look at that. They left a rivet in my case. Wow, Corsair. Wow. Thank you for leaving a rivet in my case. So yeah, found a rivet floating around. Okay. Okay. Now we're gonna lay you down flat. Okay. Okay. Slide you like that. And then bring you like that. Okay. So now we're gonna. Oh yeah. Okay. So now we're gonna grab the motherboard. Okay. Then we're gonna place the motherboard into. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold on! I saw something. I missed one peel. And no other peels. Okay, so now take the motherboard and then seat it into place. Okay. Okay. Check to make sure all the stands are in place. Okay. Need our little flashlight wherever I put it. There it is. Okay. Take a look. Okay. Yeah. Standing. Motherboard things are all in there. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Now then. Gonna be finding screws everywhere for a while. So yeah, we're gonna be finding screws everywhere for a while. Okay. But yeah, we are definitely making progress. I still have to install this little wind baffle. Okay. Okay. Motherboard screws. One. Okay. that's a holding. That's a placeholder. So it's not actually a standoff. Okay. Okay, we're looking good. We're looking really good. Okay. Then its Ethernet port is right there. Okay. One more, and then we can tighten these guys down. Okay. And then one in the middle. Okay, perfect. That's good. That's good. Okay. Okay. So now then, what I'm gonna do here, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna loosen the bolts. I'm gonna loosen the loosen the motherboard screws. And I'm gonna push the motherboard forward. Okay, motherboard is in. Now we can lift. Oh my gosh. Oh, she's getting heavier. She's getting heavier. Okay. Okay, we get the motherboard in now, as you can see. Okay. I'm gonna turn her around. Okay. Okay, so here's the back again. Now we can pull our cables out once again. Okay. Then we have the other RGB header now to install. Okay. Fans. Okay, fan 2. Okay. 3. Now we have a front fan that's loose without a connector. Okay. There it is. Okay. So that's fan 3. Okay. This was for fan 1. Okay. And then, yeah, I just noticed that we have this wire here. Power switch came out of its connection. Okay. So yeah. This PC is going to be sweet. Okay. So we have a fan here. RGB. Okay. Then we have this thing. This one is to go to a USB header on the motherboard. Okay. Actually, no. We're actually just going to use off of this one. It's daisy chain header. And there we go. Okay. Okay, and then this part here will plug into the motherboard. Okay. And then this is all that. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to undo the wire management doohickeys. Okay. 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 And now we'll just flip these guys over itself. The first thing we're going to connect is this guy. First thing we're going to connect to the motherboard is this header. Okay, so move you around. Okay, then we're going to come up through this header here. Okay. Move that out of the way. I think my fat head probably got in the way there. Okay. Let me take a look real quick. Hard drive LED. Okay. Power LED. Power LED. Power switch. Reset switch. Okay. Let's see. Power reset. Yeah. And then we have hard drive LED, which this one don't have one. Hold on, now then. Okay, so we have reset. The bottom. Yep, and then power on the top. Reset on the bottom. Power LED on the top. Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, and then that gets pushed in. Perfect. Okay, one connector on the motherboard in. Okay. Move all the dingly danglers. Okay, pull this guy through. Okay. Now then. Now we're gonna look at the fan here. That's CPU optional. System fan 4. Okay. 3. Okay. Fan So the 3 front fans are going to go on this set of headers here. We're going to put them on this set of headers right here. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to come to the back and okay. So fan 1, 3, and then okay, 2, okay, okay. The rear fan now then, this wire here, oh yeah, and then it's RGB, it's gotta go on header, oh, these are both fan headers, here's the RGB connector, okay, so, that's the front fan, so, fan 1 is gonna get plugged in to fan header 1 on the motherboard. I mean, on the thing. Okay, so I'm gonna turn you this way so you can kind of see what I'm doing. Okay. It's a very tight space where I put this, and I mean extremely tight. Okay. Okay, in. Okay, it's in. Okay, so that one's in. Okay. This is the rear fan. So the ones with black connectors, like these, are going to be these fans here. Okay. And then that's that fan. This is this fan here. I ran these 2 to the front. Okay. So let's see here. Okay, that's 2 fan header, 2 fans, 2 fan wires here, 1 RGB. Okay. That's the front fan. So you gotta come out of there. Okay. So this RGB header, this one's gonna come out. Okay. This one goes in here. RGB hub. Okay. Very tight, very tight squeeze here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a very tight fitting area here. Come on. Okay. is very tight. Okay, there we go. Okay, fan 1 in. Okay. And this one is the rear fan, so that'll be fan 3. Okay. That's fan. Okay. And this one here runs to the second fan. Okay. Okay, we're getting there for the wiring of the RGB system. Okay. Okay, that's in. Okay, now the third fan, which is right here. Its RGB cable is coming out. Okay. And this is the rear fan. Okay. 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 Gonna avoid damaging that. Okay. This will do. Put the controller in a very awkward spot. Okay. Okay. Controllers in. Wires are in. Okay. Okay. And then that will be wire managed with the rest. Okay. Now then, the 3 wires here. I've got 4. Okay. These wires here. We're going to run these through the grommets. Okay. Run these through the grommets. Fan 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So, through the grommets. Okay. And then we'll pull these through. And then you're not coming through. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna take a short break. So, BRB. Hey Dalton, welcome in. I will be right back, so hang tight. Dalton, you're funny. Okay. Okay, I'm back, and well, thank you for being here, everybody. But yeah. So, Dalton, for what you did miss, we put the cooler in. We got everything put together. We got the fans in. Oh shit, you guys can't see shit. Okay, so we got the fans in. We got the cooler in. Mounted the CPU, the RAM, the M.2's football thing. So now, since we're gonna do a lot of the other stuff, we're gonna work on now the power supply. So we're gonna move a lot of, ow, stab my shits. So now we're gonna move, by the way, Dalton, be quiet, screwdriver. So don't be too noisy now. Be quiet in the audience. Now then, Retro, I know you're still there. Let's take a look at the beast of a power supply. We got, how do you like that? More zip ties. Got a little thing. We got we got manuals, but I don't read manuals, so. And look, it comes in a fancy bag. The cable comes in this fancy bag. Foam. And then now we're done with the box. I did not find a Go Faster sticker. Okay. Okay. Let's get a load of the unit. Oh yeah. Look at this pretty thing. Look at this beautiful power supply. Total of 1600 watts. Okay, let's see. Okay, we're very quiet, Dalton says. Let me readjust my microphone. Okay, is that better? Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Test, test. Well, that should be a little bit better there. I hope it's a little better there so you can hear me a little better. So now we're gonna open up, move the son of a bitch. Interesting. They sent plastic clippy things. Okay, we got cables in bags, more cables in bags, and this big chunky, oh shoot. Yep, I'm gonna have to swap out the PSU power cable that's feeding my power supply, because look at those chunky, funny looking plug. Jesus. I did not think this through because I don't have yeah, I'm gonna have to find an extension cord to make up the difference. Great. Great on me. Great on me. And what is this? Another felt bag. Ooh. Check that out. Oh, dropping shit. This is fancy. Well, okay. Hey, so we have the power cable. We have this thing. Don't mind me. I'm actually reading the manuals. So it doesn't tell you what this is. There's a QR code on the box. Let's... Shit. Yes, it's a very interesting connector. Oh. Okay. We're going to use our iPhone here to find out, to see what this thing is. So, we're going to find out what this thing is now. Okay, it's not helping. Google is not helping. Okay. You know, you could be right. Could be an angle thing. Let's see. There's normally a parts breakdown of what exactly is in these things. Okay, I think it's the power supply testing unit. But to be sure, I need to grab an extension cord. So let's test. Let's see. Let's see what we see and what we do. Okay. So we got power. We got power. Pull that out. Oh, sheesh. Everything's falling. Okay. Now we'll just make sure it's off. And then we'll plug it in. No bangs. Okay. Now then, let's open up our bag. Okay, we're gonna need the SATA. We're going to need, well, we only need one SATA, so extras, more extras. Okay. Okay. And then okay. Now then, we have 12 VHP. Okay. Some kind of 12-pin header. I don't know. Okay. We have the PSU to CPU, so we have the 8-pin EPS. My motherboard has two 8-pin EPSs, so we need the other one. It's like no clue what the shit these are. Maybe GPU power? Maybe, I don't know. Okay. So, now then we have, there we go. This is a weird one. Okay. Okay, so we have the 24-pin. Okay, so we're gonna turn that off. Then we're gonna take our power supply now. Then we're gonna plug this guy in here, and this guy goes in here. Okay. Then we take this guy and we'll plug him in here. Okay, and we'll turn him on. Then and it is a power supply testing block. Okay, so the power supply is functioning. Okay. Sweet. Okay, so now we just unplug this, and we'll keep this, bitch, we'll keep this for testing power supplies. So we have the 8-pin EPS, well, not 8-pin EPS. Okay, let's see. Very weird, tiny. Oh, these might be the ones for the motherboard with the power built into it. Okay. Then we have the oh, here we have the EPS connectors. Okay. PCIe. PCIe. And then PCIe. My board, my GPU has a total of, I think, 2 connectors on it. 3. Mine has 3 total EPS power. Power supply. PCIe. Okay. And then we need the PCIe. Then we need one more. PCIe. Then we have the CPU. We have one CPU connect. So we have our 3 GPU connectors here, and then we need the other CPU. Okay, so we have the 2 CPU or 8-pin or 8-pin EPS power connectors. Oh, nice. Thanks, Retro. Well, we got these new connectors that we ain't gonna use because I have I have a 3080 GPU that ain't gonna utilize them. Okay. So we have the 3 for my GPU. Okay. And then we have an extra PCIe. Okay. And then we have the CPU power. And then the rest of the extra stuff can go back in the bag. Oh, wait. Oh, hello. I should have read this. And you're right. What you said in your last comment, Retro, it's an ATX 24-pin 90 adapter with PSU tester function built in. I won't be using it. I might use it, but nah. Ruins the white aesthetics. So what's gonna go in first is the CPU connectors are gonna go in first. Oh, should be showing you this on camera. Let's unplug that shit. Okay, so we're gonna plug in our CPU power first. Okay, so our two 8-pin EPSs, and now we're going to connect our graphics card power. Okay. A lot of wire ties. By the way, I learned this. Don't use these in your builds. Just use nylon zip ties. They're a lot safer for your build because there's no metal. If you're still there, Dalton, if you want, you can join me in VR after I get everything all set up and put together. Okay. and then we need the SATA ones. You know, it's funny. It says Molec. It says on the power supply there are the connectors for the SATA power, and it says Molex, and there's, I know the power supply does not come with Molex. Okay, so now we have the power supply with all its feeders and umbilicals on. So we're gonna put this guy right up here for now, and we're gonna put away all the wire ties and crap. And I just realized what these are for. These are to put these cables together. Pretty much they're cable combs, but I am not using them. I'd usually just throw away the extra cables, but this time around, because this is such an expensive power supply, I am not going to throw these away. So in with this bag, we're also going to put the Seasonic manuals and other stuff. Okay, and then the felt bag, we're going to put the cable bag. Okay, and there we go. One bag secure. Okay. Need some water. Got some computer builder water. I am no noob to building PCs. This PC right here is the 4th or 5th PC I have built so far. Oh my gosh, we're getting hung up. Okay, power supply down. Bring you guys over back to this machine. Okay, so now let's begin the task of going through all the wires and goodies. Okay, so we're going to put these at the top. Fan headers, we'll figure those out in a bit. Okay, so now with these guys all in their slots now, then we're going to just simply tuck these guys right here for now. Okay, and then simply put the power supply in. Wait a minute. Poop. Okay, never mind. Okay, so now we're gonna turn you guys this way. Let's see. The case, they should have come with power supply screws. Okay, these are fan screws. Or maybe the PSU came with its own? I don't think so. Okay. And we didn't put the baffling. Son of a gun. Okay. 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 We're good. We're good. Adopted. Well, considering this computer is worth about $4,000, I did save up for a lot of the parts. So, yeah. Considering that, computer's worth $4,000. I went all out on this machine. And I love it. I love it so much. So, I'm gonna pull out the power supply again real quick. Ow. Okay. We're just making sure that that these screws work with this. Yes, it does. Sweet. Because I have no clue where the Seasonic screws went. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think I said that about 100 times by this point. Okay. So, Retro, what's your thoughts on this build so far? Okay. Well, that's in. Now we have the fun part of running and routing a lot of these cables. CPU. Okay. 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 And then we have the PSU, the PCIe power. Okay. Then we have our big old chunky motherboard power. Okay. So now we're going to take our CPU power. Move the wires from the fans away. Okay. Then put those in. Okay. Now we'll turn you this way. Okay. Then we're gonna come in here. Okay. Okay. This is CPU and oh shit. Oopsies. I did an oopsies. I almost plugged in PCIe power into my CPU power. Okay. So now then, so we have CPU and CPU now then. Okay. And then that's that. Okay, sweet. Okay. This is cable 1 here, so cable 1 coming in. Okay. So cable 1 and cable 2. Coming in. Okay. Cable 1 in. You know, I really had a hard time doing this on my old on my old build. Okay. And these will be wire managed behind here. Okay. Okay. By the way, Retro, I like your little comment earlier in the video, the gamer cat. Okay, so we're gonna turn this guy so you can see what we're doing here. I am routing wire management straps so that we can wire tidy up the 8-pin EPS power. Okay. And maybe some of the fan cabling. I say maybe. Well, those new power connectors are going to come out handy because I am going to be buying in the future a 5090 to replace my 4080. And I did it again. I did it this time. I did this when I was building my other half's PC as well. I ended up putting the wire management Velcro ties backwards. It's probably gonna be like either probably next year while I'm saving up for my move. I'm gonna save up for that for the 5090. But yeah, and then I'm gonna have to pull out all the cable routings to run new cables. That's a doozy. The EPS connectors are getting in the way now. You can see this, but Oh, you can't read it. There we go. So it's really interesting the way the cable management rails are, especially the way they have them. Oh crud. By the way, retro Roo. So if you look at this, it's a rivet I found floating around in my case. I can't believe Corsair left a spare rivet floating in my case. This could have damaged something. Hey, what I can't stand okay, so to kind of iterate on how I found it was when I was moving the case around, I heard something rattling inside. I heard something rattling around, and I knew it wasn't normal to have something rattling around. So what I did was I grabbed all the cables thinking it was one of the cables rattling around, and that didn't fix it, so I shook the case around and bingo, there it was, a loose connector. Okay, so now we're gonna just do as we do, shove the cables in holes that are available. And there's an opportunity to make a lewd joke, by the way, holes. Okay. So, oi, oi, oi. Mike's getting caught on all kinds of crap. Okay, so we're gonna put this, I'm gonna throw these guys down now, then grab our fan wires. I'm gonna go fan 1. I'm gonna plug them in. Okay. Fan 1, 2, and 3. Okay. And now the big chunky 24 pin. Okay. Now, if you watch from the front, we're gonna pull the wires out now from holes. Still an opportunity to make those jokes. Okay, we have the audio plug. We have the 2 USB 3 umbilicals. Okay, so one's gonna run through the front to plug into there, one's gonna run through the bottom to plug into there. So, okay. One's going in there. Okay. Okay. And then. Okay. And then we're gonna come in through the boot. Through the fancy boot. Okay, let's see. Oh! Okay. Okay, so we're gonna come in through the bottom half of the boot. Okay. 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 Now we're gonna grab the black fan wires that's running through the boot, and okay. Oopsies. I bent one of my fan cable pins. And then we have another one. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. So I'm gonna check all my white cables here. There it is. Okay. Okay. Grr. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. So you through here. System fan. Okay. And then the rear fan cable. The rear fan wire. Let's see. Okay. Then we'll run you to that one right there. Okay. We do have another fan. Ow! We do have another fan cable there. Okay. Okay, so you can unplug there. I'm gonna run you through here. Okay. Then run you through here. Okay. Now then one more fan header wire. Okay. Okay, and then oh no. Okay. That was not as a problem. There we go. Now we're seated. Okay. Now. Checking over all the. Make sure we did utilize all the headers on the board. Okay. And then you're gonna get plugged in here. Okay. 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 We have most of the stuff plugged in now. Now then, you are gonna come through this way, and we're gonna plug you into the front USB header. Okay, you come through there like that. Okay, and then now the USB-C header, and it is keyed. By the way, it is keyed. The USB-C header is keyed. And there's what the hell? There's an HDMI port on the front. Okay. And now the audio cable, we gotta come in from here and then plug into the audio header on the motherboard. Okay. I think we got all the connectors that are connected now connected. Okay. Let's count the fans now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we have 7 fans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All 7 fans are connected. So I can get rid of this pesky fan control board. I don't need it in this build. I have more than enough fan headers on the motherboard. Just one less thing to clutter up the inside and the back of this machine's already cramped space. Okay, so here's that pesky fan control board. Don't need it. Okay, so now we're going to turn you around again. Then we're going to put these screws back into these holes. Crack. Good thing there's magnets on some of the standoffs. Okay. Okay, so that's that. Now we can grab our cable management headers, cable management wire ties now, and we can begin to tie down a lot of these cables that are in this very cramped case. Okay. 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 By the way, yes, and it is quite cramped in this tiny space behind this case. Okay. This is even more cramped than when I built the one for my other half. I got a lot more connections than his actually does. Okay, and one of the fan doohickeys came off. Okay. Okay. So now then, nobody's gonna look underneath. So We'll just stuff that underneath. Okay. Then come back in real quick. Okay. Okay. Stuff that in there like that. Okay. Okay. This is just a mock-up of the wire tightening spots right now. Okay. Okay. Just a mock right now. Okay. Because we still have to run the GPU connectors and all that other crap. Okay. And then we're gonna pull this guy out, and then grab these guys. Okay. Then plug in this USB header. Ow. Okay. That's done. Okay. And then we need the Molex power off of it. Okay. So you won't be able to see it, but we're going to install the baffle now. Okay. 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 Ouch. Okay. Okay. That's out. And now for the air baffle. Okay. And then okay. Okay, there we go. Now that that's in, now that that's in, now I can get this part screwed in. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now that the air, okay, so we have the air baffle in. Now what that's going to do is it's going to guide the air up and over the unit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that ain't going back in. Okay. So we've got most of the preliminaries in. Most. Okay. Now what we need to do, what does need to be done is I need to plug this guy into a USB 2 header on the motherboard. Okay. Then all this stuff will be wire managed and tucked right here. Okay. Okay. You won't see this part, but yeah, we're plugging in the USB 2 header on the motherboard. Okay, it's in. It's in. Okay. Now then, one little 2 Molex power. Okay. Okay. That's in. Now we can pretty much run it through cable management headings on the board. Okay, so now then pull this out, and pull this out. Okay. Okay. Now we grab this. Okay. Grab this and this, tuck. This and this, tuck it. Okay. Grab that and that, and then we tuck it in. Oh, and by the way, we're not like a lot of you guys out there who have AC. In Hawaii, AC gets expensive. Electricity gets very expensive here in Hawaii. So how long we've been streaming for? OBS tells me we've been streaming for 3 hours total. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Now then, you tuck in there. You tuck these in right like that. Okay. You like that, you come like that, and then we simply, we pull tight and secure it like that. Okay. The one thing I can say, Corsair has very good, very decent cable management when it comes to cable management in the back of their cases. They're very good. Their cable management system is really good. You know, there's room for improvements, but what can I say? For a case of its stature, It's worth every penny. Okay. One more cable tie, one more wire management tie, and this computer will be ready for all the other stuff that we gotta do to it. You know, I don't know if any of you guys out there, or I don't know if any of my viewers are fond of fish tank style looking cases. I personally, I have my preferences, and I am not a fan of the look. So now then, I'm gonna do a test fit of the side door. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna take these cables, and we're just gonna take the cables and just tuck them in like you're tucking in something else. Okay, well, Retro would be willing to try. You know, I am, you can call, well, I guess you could call me a little bit more old school, because I prefer the look of, wow, the wires are too tight, the door won't close. Okay, so we have to run wires other ways. Okay. So I guess, well, I can run these other ways. Okay. 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 I'm gonna just try running it this way. Okay. Right like that. Okay. 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 Think we could make this work. Okay. Whew, man. Nice. Retro. You're an awesome guy, and good to know there's somebody out there that likes vintage stuff like I do. All these cables that are really crooked are really making it difficult to close up this case. Okay. 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 Well, we're almost there. We're almost there. Okay. Okay. So we will remove the peels when we're done getting this thing buttoned up. Fuck. Okay. Come on. Okay. Oh my gosh, man, I am not in the mood for this. Okay. The door pops off, but I can actually add a securement screw. Okay. 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 Now now that we have most of these connected, I'm gonna pull this guy out real quick because I'm gonna do some wire management with him, his wire. Okay, perfect. Okay, now then. Oh, hello. Oh my gosh. Here I was looking for the original power supply screws and I just found them. Okay. So now we're going. Oh, my ankle. Okay, so now then we're gonna flip this guy around. Give you a peek. Okay. Now we're going to use our nylon zip ties in some of the areas where it's needed. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to twist this pair up. And then we're going to shove it in there. And then we're going to do one last fit test. Okay. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do it. Okay. Now we gotta run. Now we put in the final part, and that will complete this build. I did put it back in its original box, my RTX 3080 Ti. Ouch. Okay. So how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna run the cables? Now then. Okay. Let's cable hunt now then. This is cable 1. Okay, so that's 1. That's 3, that's 2. Okay. Okay. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now then, I'm gonna come in through the bottom. Come in through the bottom. Okay, 1, 2. Okay. Okay, 1, 2. One, 2, and then cable 3. Cable 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Perfect. So we'll just shovel that down like that, and then so now we're going to put the rear panel back on now. Whoa. Okay. So we're gonna put the rear panel back on. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to secure him with his screw. Shit. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Okay. The rear panel is secured. There's some dirt that rubbed off on the case from my arms, but that's fine. Now we're going to get on this side. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. By the way, when I got this card, I didn't expect it to come with this. A little figurine. Cool. Okay. Okay, set this guy down. Pull out all the protective covers that cover the port. Okay, tilt you guys down just a bit. Okay, now we're going to slip it into this slot. Gonna do a check real quick. Yep. Okay. Then you are gonna just go like that. Okay. Do a check. Okay. Yep. Okay. You always want to check fit. You always want to test fit before anything else, just to make sure everything fits. Okay. So now, take our hold on, I'm checking for PCB cracking because I know these cards were famous for that. Okay. Okay. And we are in. One, two, three. Okay, those are in. Now we need to go underneath. Now we need to go back through the other side to complete this. Okay. Okay. So we have to pull this off real quick. Check what the position is. Performance. It's in performance mode. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I am not lying. This thing probably weighs just as much as my other half's one, which was a total of 62 total pounds. Okay. The case alone weighs, you'll have to do your conversion on your guys' end, but the case weighs 15 kilograms on its own. Pull the extra cablage through. Okay. 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 Then just as we did the rest, just tuck them in. Just gonna tuck these cables into the extra space below. Okay, and now we are done with this build. Okay. We're done with the build. Okay. We need one zip tie to tidy up the cables. And flip it out. Ow! Well, good thing it had no, good thing the tip of this knife, ouch, is broken off, because that would have hurt. Okay, so we are officially done with the build. Check it out. Okay. And now for the finishing piece, the glass panel. Then the final piece, the screw. And she is done deals. She is done. Besides the Wi-Fi antenna, but other than that, she is all together and completed. Okay. So now we're going, before I end the stream, I'm going to tidy up a little bit. You get to watch me tidy up a little bit. We'll just stick this little magnet right there. Okay. Okay. All the manuals can throw away from the other stuff. Corsair fan manuals can throw away. Okay. All these pieces are just spares. Okay. The motherboard box will be thrown away. I'm not going to keep it. I might keep it, but we see. Okay, so now then, okay. Okay. So, what did you guys think? What is your thoughts on this build? Okay. 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 So we're tidying up now, so now I just have to do my part, install Windows, well, update the BIOS, install Windows, and all that good stuff. So I would like to say thank you everybody thank you to all the people who came to see, whoever came to see the build, my old build right here. Oh, my old build is going to be retired. A lot of things is going to come for this old girl. She is going to get an air cooler. I'm going to be replacing the 360 mil AIO with a Mugen 5 air cooler for her. We're going to throw in an RTX 2080 Ti, and then she will be packaged and mailed off to a friend who will get more uses out of her. She's getting, my old computer will also be getting a Core i9 9900K. So I would like to thank all of you for watching. Have a nice day. I will be making follow-up videos on YouTube, so please stop by and have a watch. Have a nice day, everybody. Thank you for watching. Thanks for watching, Retro. You're an awesome viewer. So, yep. And if you ever get the chance, I'll be on VRC later tonight, running some tests. Have a nice day. Take care.